デジタルフィギュアはもう手に入れたか。手に入れたらかっこよく飾ってほしいな。強敵と相まみ
What's up, everyone? Sorry for a late start. Hey, aren't I supposed to have gotten a Percival? Thought I was supposed to have gotten a EX Percival skin. What the hell? Or was it in the timeline section? No, it's in the timeline section. Okay, we're good. Never mind, we're good. Got my Percival. And then all this can stay. What's up, Anu?
Grimnir. Avatar Belia.
What's good, Zambi?
Grimnir versus Belia. Here begins
Starting to lose love of Rising.
Grimnir.
Not gonna lie, I did kind of guess. I've kind of guessed that. It seems like each time you come to the stream, you're playing the game less and less, or whenever, or it's just more and more character struggles, or some. Not exactly surprised. Because I remember when you decided Versusia is your character 100%. You were talking about her quite a bit, and then haven't really seen you mention her at all since. No, it's fine. It happens to everyone at some point. There are very few fighting games where people play it and then continue to play it pretty much forever. So it seems like you enjoy playing Marvel Rivals a whole lot more than you do Grand Blue.
Battle 3. Engage.
I'd be lying if I said over the last like 2 weeks for the most part all I've been thinking about is for when Fatal Fury comes up. Definitely have not been practicing this game as much. Hey, like I said, it's okay. Games will have your attention, and then games will lose your attention for other games, and then those games will stop for that game, and then every once in a while you'll be like, I miss Granblue, so I'm gonna go back and try it again, and it's just gonna be rinse and repeat. More than likely, it's just gonna end up being rinse and repeats. So if anything right now, just enjoy the games that you're currently playing, and then there's ever a time where you really want to play Granblue again, you can come back and play Granblue. No, I get that. You can ask Reverend my thoughts on Dragon Ball Fighter. The game that literally launched my fighting game career. Just got your lunch? Well then, good timing indeed, Wise Wolf. Hey, they did not pay however much money Marvel Rivals cost to sit there and be a tank. Same reason, basically same excuse as in Overwatch or in League. It's like I did not spend this much time or pay this much money to play support. I did not do this to just sit there in front of people and be a tank. Oh, nice, Reverend.
Grimnir versus Versusia.
Hey, they did not spend the amount of time downloading the game to just sit it there and be a tank. How about that? Does that sound better? I hit you, no escape. Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it right now. The worst, honestly, the worst thing you could do is force yourself to play the game. That is honestly the worst thing you could do. Because then you're just going to end up disliking it more. And then there's a chance you'll just end up never playing it again. Compared to if you take a break from it now, play games you want to play, to where maybe someday you'll think, huh, maybe I want to try Granblue again. I'm so glad that Grimnir didn't get nerfed. If Grimnir got nerfed, I don't even know how much I would want to be playing this game, if I'm being honest. Don't know who the hell I'd be playing, and I don't know how much I would even want to play. Since Avatar still sucks. I need healing that to actually literally die. No, well, if I meant as in I'm glad they did nerf him, because if they did nerf him, then I'm not sure how much I would want to play the game, since basically every other character in the game that I've tried, I have not found fun. Oh yeah, didn't Marvel Rivals say they're not planning on adding a forced roll queue? I think I remember people asking for that, and they're like, "No, we're not going to do that."
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage. Great.
I still have never actually tried Marvel Rivals, so
Battle 2. Engage.
what's up, Chris?
Begins Fate's episode. Fairy.
Dude, man.
Grimnir. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage. Great.
How'd Crystal's Cup go the other day? Oh, what the hell? Freaking JS. How do I do things? Dropping Zeta for Vegeta. That's an interesting choice. What brother? What brother? What brought that on, Wolf? Finish going to. That's good. Glad you had a good event. What's up, Bryce? That is very unfortunate. Oh shit. What's up, Dory? What's up, Yobu?
Battle 3. Engage.
I don't know if they get me on Marvel Rivals for what? For what, a stream?
Even victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Um. No.
Battle 2. Engage.
The only thing I liked about Asaga's Grimnir, I thought her mid screen combo was interesting. That was an interesting way to an interesting mid screen combo that allowed you to keep your tornado. Thought that was interesting. I don't know, 25. Well, 20 and 25, and I'll do 25, and I'll do a Marvel Rival stream. I don't know. Game's free, so I can't exactly say buy me the game. Or if anything, 25, and I'll do a part 2 stream or something, like fighting game during the day and Marvel Rivals at night or something. I don't know. Well, if we're talking if I'd rather it be if anything technically a dono of that, because donations you get the full amount, gift subs you get half, or subs you get half. That's kind of the big difference between subs and donations. Yeah, I thought the fact that you. Yeah, I thought her doing a combo like this, I thought was interesting. For confirms it was interesting, although I don't think it's I think doing this is better. Unless you're basically already really close to the corner, I think that's probably better. But and I thought that was interesting. You already know my feelings about their combo. I remember. Yeah, no, I'd rather same thing I just said before overnight. I'd rather it end up just being the amount because if I do the game, if I play the game for a single stream and I end up not caring for the game, like what ends up happening with most shooting games for me, then the battle pass is gonna do jack for me. I'm not gonna care at all about the battle pass. What's up, shooting at me? But yeah, so 25 dono, and I'll do if anything a night stream, an extra night stream for Marvel Rivals. Yeah, I'm doing alright. Just I don't know. Kind of simple as that. Just I don't know. The Esports World Cup announced their schedule, and Fatal Fury is a part of the first week. So I'm guessing there's only going to be a few qualifying events for it. So that should be interesting. And that game comes out in 6 days, so that should be interesting. I'm still not. Still looks like I am not going to be in the 2xKO beta, so get to go watch everyone else have fun, I guess, for this weekend. It's fine, Zambi. That's unlucky. You have got to be kidding me. She got another star too. Well, that was game, set, and match. This is the kind of luck you need to be a Vico player, not the luck that I was getting. That's unfortunate. That was unfortunate. Why are all of her items always broken? She even had a star next. I think the worst item she had in that last round was the smoke ball. Go away, star. Thank you. Oh, you. Finally, a bad freaking item. Bleh. Bleh. What's up, Van Dyne?
Here begins Fate's episode. Charlotte versus Grimnir. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Oh, cool. Yeah, right now, just, I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm somewhat in a similar boat as you, just not quite to the extreme. Not quite having as much fun playing this game as I once did. Hence, again, why I keep looking forward to Fatal Fury coming out. Because I'm hoping that having another fighting game to play will help me want to practice more in this game.
Battle 2. Engage.
Because with this being the only one that I'm currently playing, if I don't feel like playing this, then I don't do anything. And that's not good. Not doing anything is not good. Come on, that's my tornado. Doesn't kill him. We'll do it anyways.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Also, I don't know if it's the same thing for you guys for whenever you guys have played this game. Those guys who do still play this game. Do you get whenever you play? Do you always run into just the same two people? I played yesterday till I got about 600-700 crystals. I fought only 3 people the entire time.
Battle 2. Engage.
Awful with the 2 months. Can't where I might be hitting my rank queue as always. I can't even remember the last time I've run into Canis Bright. It's been a while. How you doing, though, Awful? Appreciate the 2 months, man. But yeah, that probably doesn't help very much either. Just running into the same couple people. I ran into the same Avatar Belial, Castile, the Versusia that we started out with today. ironically enough. And there's one other person. Oh yeah, a Master Zoe. I forgot what the name was. Yeah, same three people the entire time I played yesterday. And I'm like, that's not fun. Ow.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to next week. I think is basically what I'm getting at here. I don't know. I don't understand the rank system of this game, cause like there'll be times where I play the game for like an hour and I only run into the same two people, right? And then I'll swap to Onrei or to Avatar, who are also Master, and then I'll get entirely different people. That was punishable. I don't know why I got canceled that. So I don't really understand how the rank system in this game works. And as far as I'm aware of, Senpai Spider doesn't have me blocked, and yet they're the they're the highest ranked player on the leaderboards. I've not run into them a single time. And at least I'm fairly sure they don't have me blocked. We fought each other a couple tournaments ago. So I don't know. It's a little just a little confusing. But yeah, so looking forward to having a second game to play. I would be looking more forward to it if you know if Riot would send me a invite link to the 2SKO beta this weekend. Maybe, please. What's up, Cassie? I'm planning on playing City of the Wolves, yeah. We'll see what happens when the game actually comes out and I get the full game and I can play it for longer than just a couple of days. But current plan is for City of the Wolves and to be my secondary game along with to play with Granblue. Yeah, are you gonna put Grimnir players as the biggest down players? I know when Brick made a tier list like that, he had Grimnir near the top.
Grimnir versus Sandalphon.
That's CAG, fair. Think CAG's number 1, and then 2B's number 2. Yeah, if you got Enzami and your friend wants it, give it to your friend. I got to play the game eventually. Bitch ass up tier. That's fair. And honestly, probably very well deserved. Yeah, I couldn't tell you how the rank system works at this point, Rice. I really couldn't. That is true. Jared has tried to stream snipe me for God knows how long now.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Gotcha. I keep hoping that I'm hoping that they give out a second round of codes, but they might not, so it's hard to say.
Battle 2. Engage.
Yeah, well, I climb because I'm so unbelievably awesome that I basically never lose at this game. So that's how I climb. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Battle 3. Engage.
Jesus Christ. I know, I gotcha. I've checked my email 3 times so far today. Yeah, I said this in Dragon Ball, and I say it again in Grand Blue. Ranked doesn't refer to how good you are at the game. Ranked just refers to how much of the game you know. So like with enough knowledge of the game and having sufficient mechanics, you'll be able to get to master. And then if you're able to get once you hit master, it's all about how much free time you have. So the Grand Blue rank system is a little better than Dragon Ball's, because with Dragon Ball it's basically entirely about It's entirely about just how much free time you have. Where in this game, you at least need to be at least decent at the game to get to master. But once you get to master, at that point, it's just all about how much free time you get, pretty much. That's why during that period, during that one season near the end of the year, like going into like UFA, ECT, Risk, Astral Finish, and everything, when I was playing the game every day for hours on end, I got over 30,000 crystals. And then this last one, I only got to like 10,000. Not like I'm worse at the game last season than I was a couple seasons ago, or I was during fall of last year. I just didn't play the game or play ranked as much.
Here begins Fate's episode. Grimnir versus Zoe. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
I love this Zoe color. Primarily because the color of the outfit, and especially the color of the dragon, are just so sick. I'm not gonna lie. The main reason why I want the two SKO beta so much this weekend is less because of the 2 SKO beta and more because of the fact that I would just want something to do to keep me busy until Fatal Fury comes out next week. Not saying as in I don't want to be playing 2 SKO this weekend. It's just the fact that 2 SKO is more than likely coming out. Probably, if it is coming out this year, it's going to come out probably like at the very end of the year. So playing in the 2.5 3-day beta this weekend isn't exactly going to mean all that much, or help all that much, or really do all that much. So I kind of just want to use that as a distraction. Spike roll back on. Yeah, lag switchers. They're an online FGC staple. Zane got that blue bias. I like blue. One of the few colors I like more than blue is orange. Especially when it's paired with the color black. Hence why almost every game where I see a character that has the black and orange color combination, I'm really like mine. Sadly, Grimnir doesn't really have one. He's got like white armor with a black with like an orange trim. That's about as close as he's got to orange. And once again, block button check. Hey, he finally passed the block button check. Okay, it was nice, but none. Indeed. Yeah, blue and red, blue and orange, and black and orange. Have always been my my favorite color combinations. Black and red, black and red, I guess would be black and red also be on there. So basically, the combinations of blue, black, red, and orange pretty much have always been my favorites. Hence probably why my favorite color is orange, and basically the entire basis of my clothing pretty much are all either blue, red, or black. So I was like, I wonder where I might have gotten that idea from. I wonder where I got the idea I like those color combinations when that's literally been my entire wardrobe for the better part of my entire life. That's the nerd. What's up? How you doing? Yeah, it's going all right. Just playing some Grand Blue. Talking about the upcoming 2SKO beta and the upcoming Fatal Fury release, especially now that the Esports World Cup has announced their schedule, and apparently Fatal Fury is going to have to figure out an entire series of qualifiers between its release next week and like the first week of July. So I have a feeling Combo Breaker and CEO, I have a feeling if you make top 8 you qualify for the World Cup, so the grind is definitely on. But not like I already wasn't planning on doing that anyways. I have no idea how they're going to get an entire roster's worth of invites for the World Cup in literally 2 months, like literally like 9-10 weeks, and then all the esports teams competing all have to then sign said players during that time too. I don't know. Just seems a little strict. Oh, what do I know? What do I know? I'm not a good. I've never been an SNK player. Never been an SNK player, and yet here I am going to be trying to be one starting next week.
Here begins Fate's episode.
Oh, you mean with the Salvatore moveset? Also, what's up, Kiwi?
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
Salvatore definitely seems like a joke character, while at the same time trying not to be a joke character. Yeah, I played KOF 15 a little bit when it came out. I actually almost managed to take a game off of Violent Kane. during the time, and I only had 2 characters at the time. And I'm fortunate to know somebody with KOF in their gamer name. So I'm going to have them try and beat me up. Beat me up in order to try to have me ready. Are more traditional? More traditional. I guess I'll ask first. What do you mean by more? What do you mean by more traditional? So at this point, I think it's less that it's traditional and more just the fact that basically most of the new games that have come out over the last like year or so have basically all been sequels to already existing games. And that's just how how those games were made. So I'm not sure if I would say too many of the newer games are too traditional. That's crazy. Anime, like I said, that's literally just because they're all just sequels to, and those were the games that they were made. Because over the last 2 years or so, we've had Street Fighter 6 come out. We've had Tekken 8, both sequels. Had Rising, which was a sequel. Had the new Under Night, which was a sequel. Before that had Melty Blood, a sequel. Before that, Guilty Gear Strive, a sequel. So I think it's less there's less crazy anime bullshit going on. It's just that basically the games that have been the crazy anime bullshit are just not the games getting the sequels. So like No Fighters 2, for example. No new Marvel vs. Capcom. No brand new game for a new IP. So to say, I get what you mean. I get what you mean now, but I can't exactly blame anything really, other than it's just the fact that basically all the games that have had sequels announced and then have come out to this point are all just, in general, more traditional style games. Like honestly, of the games that have come out at this point, Guilty Gear Strive is was probably the most recent game to have come out that's a lot more anime bullshit, run around craziness. Under Night's got a bit of that, but probably to a lesser extent to the type of games you're thinking of. And of course, Fatal Fury is not exactly going to help with that, since SNK games are I don't even know what they call SNK games. If Street Fighter could run, I don't know. Or if Street Fighter could run while having having jumps be good. I don't know. I'm actually not sure exactly how to describe SNK games when comparing it to something else. Yay! Grimnir's offense is stupid strong, but his defense is complete and utter dog shits. But Grimnir top 1 in his own tier. Fuck you. Metawise top tier. She top 10. It's just that no one wants to play her. It's just that no one wants to play her because anyone that wants to play anybody that wants to play Granblue as a Granblue for a Granblue is going to stay far away from that bitch. But I still think she top tier. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why not many people are playing 2B. The character is stupid strong. But the fact that she doesn't have a 6XL, the fact that she's got 16 different abilities rather than just 4. The fact that she doesn't have close normals and far normals, she just mashes full auto combos. The double jump, the floats, the everything. Anyone that wants to play Granblue is not going to go near that character. I think is the reason why you don't see as many 2B players. Oh, I disagree with that. I don't think 2B is more straightforward. Beatrix is straightforward. 2B is not exactly straightforward, but she's the most anime of characters in this game, next to then Versusia, and then of the Granblue characters, Grimnir would probably be the next character. Like, if we're listing characters from most anime-like character to least anime-like character, number 1 is going to be 2B, of course. Like I said, 16 specials, auto combo mash, everything, double jumps, etc. Then it's going to be Versusia for the exact same thing, multiple projectiles, mashing giant auto combo, and then we got Grimnir because air dash. And then anything after, then if anything, maybe Avatar after that. Yes, 2B is very strong, but if you want to play Granblue the game, 2B is not the character to do that. If you want to put if you're an anime game player and you want to get into Granblue and you want the easiest transition possible, you play 2B. She's a strong character and she's incredibly anime, and it's very much not this game in the slightest. So if you want to play an anime character or an anime game character in this game, then you play 2B. But if you want to play and learn Granblue, as in Granblue itself, almost any other character in the game is a better choice. Because, yeah, 2B is quite literally not playing Granblue. Only character with a double jump, one of only 2 characters with full distance auto combos. The only character with auto combo on whiff. She's got a double jump, she got floats. The only character without skill cooldowns. She's got her own little meter, her own meter instead. And she's got 16 specials rather than 4 specials, so then just 4 versions of it. So if you want to play Granblue, but if you come from an anime game and you want to play and you want to just have the easiest transition possible, and you just play 2B, then you just learn what the other characters do and you learn to fight against them. You don't really learn how to play Granblue the game. You just use your anime game background, and then you just learn how to beat up on people who are trying to play Granblue. And yes, Jared, Abel will probably be next after that. Unfortunately, Abel is a much worse Carmine. Where Carmine is actually good in Under Nights, despite the health drain. Avatar is bad in this game specifically because of the health drain. Yeah, well, I would like him even more than I already do. he's still my second favorite character in this game. But as someone who competes in this game, I can't exactly just go entirely based off what characters I like. That is still my number one focus. My number one focus, of course, is because if I don't like the character, I'm not gonna want to play the game. And if I don't want to play the game, I can't practice. And then I don't practice. And if I don't practice, I'm not gonna get better. And if I don't get better, I'm gonna get my butt kicked in tournaments. So my goal first and foremost is still find a character I enjoy playing. That'll make me actually want to play the game. But I can't just pick my favorite character no matter what. I'm just fortunate in this game so far that my favorite character, and honestly probably one of the only characters, like I said, besides Avatar, that I enjoy playing. Ow. It also happens to be a top tier character. If both Grimnir was bad and Avatar was bad, I would be in so much trouble right now. Like I said, if Grimnir got nerfed in a similar way to Lucilius, or in a way that basically like every single person was asking for, you know, pretty much all the people talking mad shit about nerfing Grimnir, basically doing the things to him that everyone was asking for. Then I don't even know what I would be doing right now. Just trying to kid myself that I really like playing on rates. I guess. I'm not gonna say having top tiers is healthy. Having top tiers is inevitable, is what I'll say. There is basically no world where for any game you're going to have a game that is so perfectly balanced to where everyone will agree this character is basically the same level of strength as this character, who's also the same level of strength as this character for basically the entire cast. Having top tiers is basically inevitable for all games. The question just ends up being how much of, like, the sign of a healthy game, I think, is having the smallest gap possible between those top tiers. So, like, okay, so, because, like I said, there is always going to be a top tier, there's always going to be characters that are the best. But in a world where the number 1 character is just a little better than the number 5 character, who then is a little better than the number 10 character, who's then a little better than the number 15 character, etc., 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 is a sign I think more of a more healthy game, because that's when you can start seeing more characters. Okay, I'm gonna fight back a little bit on the DBFZ thing, and it's something that Nitro was bringing up repeatedly when Tyrant was talking about this. Having multiple characters playable does not equal good game or good game balance. So the way Fighters works, yes, it's cool that they made it where more characters are viable to play, but, and there's a very big but when it comes to that, the way they did it made it not very good, in a matter of speaking. Basically, they made a game where every character is strong, every character has no weaknesses, every character does damage, every character builds meter, every character can mix up, every character's got assists that have a full second of a hit stun. They made it where every character's got confirms, every character's got re-jumps, every character's got corner carry, every character's got full screen lariats. Every character's got full screen buns. Oh, you're talking. Oh, okay, you're talking about during the good times. Okay, Zambi, you still get what I mean. You get what I mean, though. With Super Broly, I've been complaining for years that they keep buffing the wrong things with him. His frame data is still ass, but now they buffed him so much to the point now to where he can kill somebody off of a light command throw. So it's like, yes, his frame data is ass, but now that he literally builds bar on his own and can basically TOD someone off of a light command throw, it's like, okay, he will just have his shitty frame data and will literally just kill everybody off everything just because now. And yes, Wolf. So the last couple of patches, minus very few, and specific situations, every single character got buffed. So in the last patch, lab code got nerfed, and then basically every other character got buffed. And the patch before that, there was, I think, 1 or 2 nerfs. One of which the lab coat. I think the other 2 Vegito. And then actually no, to Cell. And then it was to lab coat and Cell. And then basically every other character got buffed. So yeah, the Dragon Ball method of buff everyone to make it where everyone is broken. So I still think having a wider sense of characters that are playable and that are strong is good. I think so. I think character variety is good, but at the same time, just because character variety is good does not automatically mean the game, I think, is in a good spot or the balance is good. Dragon Ball being the primary example of that. Because in return for character variety, we got the worst balance of all time, where every character is just so stupid. So basically, Bardock is currently stronger now than he's ever been in Dragon Ball FighterZ history, minus his 50-50 on the level 3, of course. But he's still dog shit compared to most of the cast. Basically, the joke I like to make a lot is you take current day Yamcha, whose Wolfang Fist mix up is still gone. You take current day Bardock. You take current day Kid Buu. You take all these characters that are considered bad, and then you plop them into the game a couple years ago, and they're going to be some of the strongest characters in the entire game. whether you say Kid Buu, UI Goku, and it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I'm still sticking with my points. I'm still sticking with that same points. Anyway, you drop pretty much any of these characters into the game like pre-lab code era, and they're going to be some of the best in the game. They might not be the best, but they're going to be some of the best. And that's just how their balancing decisions have went. Play that game for combos now. I'll play the game now and then maybe just because I miss it, and then I'll play it for a short time, and then I realize what the game turned into, and then I turn it off. This is the Quadcast S. My old Quadcast, it started not picking up my voice very well anymore, so I got a new one.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
You can set the sorry, you can set the Quadcast to have or to God, I cannot speak. I'm sorry. There's a program that you can connect to the Quadcast once you have it plugged in, and you can change the color of the mic with it. So when you first get it, it's like a multicolored rainbow, like so there's a rainbow, and then you can set it to flash to go from one color to the next. So like if I wanted to, I could have it go from purple right now to red to blue, back to purple, etc., etc., etc. Or I can just leave it at one color. And I just ended up, and I tried to make it orange, but just could not for the life of me actually get it to be orange. So we went with, ironically enough, this is pink, but my camera picks it up to be a much different color. So on camera it's purple. In real life, it's like a combination of pink and purple, to where it's like a really light purple. And if I go with the purple color, and to me it looks purple, on screen it looks blue. Like pure blue. So because of that, and I kind of wanted to have either purple or orange, and for the life of me I could not get anything close to orange, be it in real life or on camera. The closest I can get it to in real life, it looks just odd on camera. So I went with purple, which again showed blue. So then we checked pink, and then pink on here, like I said, looks like a light purple, and on camera it looks like perfect purple. So that's just what we went with, and I've had that since. Orange doesn't exist. It's a real suggestion. Orange definitely doesn't exist. I guess my favorite color doesn't exist. Boo. Yeah, so that's how I now currently have a orange microphone, a purple microphone. I'm good with it. At this point, I let purple works. Like I said, I was either going to have orange, purple, or going back and forth between orange and purple. So I'm cool just keeping it as purple. Goes with the Beerus aesthetic, which continues to be a part of my channel, even after even with Dragon Ball FighterZ being gone. Although I have been asked repeatedly by people, when am I going to drop the Beerus artwork for Grimnir artwork instead? And I'm just like, Well, unfortunately, there is one commentator who has spent my entire career trying to make the character I'm connected to an entirely different character. And for those of you guys who don't know about it, I'm curious if you guys can guess. Those of you guys who have been here and know about it already, don't tell them. I'm curious if any of you guys can guess what's going on. Thank you, Zambi. I know you know about it. You've been around for longer than than almost everybody here. Just know it's time beer. Bongo Beerus up here is imitating every single button press I do. So one of these days I might put an input reader in on top of Bongo Beerus as well, if you guys would want that, so you guys can see what my actual inputs are rather than just trying to read them through the Bongo Beerus. Or we can just leave it as Bongo Beerus as only Bongo Beerus if you don't really care that much. I'm cool with either or. I'm cool with either or. And that's for. Yeah, Bongo Beerus' inputs are completely accurate to what I'm doing. And yes, that's why I still have them. Alright, so those of you guys who are new here. So my quote unquote brand, pretty much, when I started competing in Dragon Ball FighterZ, was through Beerus and Zamasu. Alright. And my first ever offline appearance for a big tournament was the U.S. regional finals that took place in France. And during that time I'd only been playing Zamasu for like a couple months at that point, and where pretty much everyone on the West Coast knew. Also, I just realized I have 7,909 crystals. That's funny. So everyone knew me. Everyone knows me there as a Beerus player. But at the U.S. regional finals, the main thing that got me the match win against Pred, because the main thing that caught everyone's attention for what I did to Legendary Pred was from Zamasu's flight, because Pred's entire team minus Majin 21 had absolutely nothing that they could do, because his team was Team Gohan, Kid Buu, and Majin 21. So Majin 21 was the only character that could do anything about Zamasu's flight. So basically, I just flew around, was super annoying, and eventually won that 3-0. So because of that, people started to know me for. So people outside of the West Coast started to know me for Zamasu, which was fine, but I found it kind of ironic because my Zamasu back then was honestly terrible. I didn't even know how to do a single Blades of Judgment combo back then. But it was like, no one, very few people played Zamasu. It's fine. People were calling me the best Zamasu in the world, and I was just like, I was like, no, Faisal Dante, Gropus, they're definitely better. They're definitely better Zamasu players than I am. But people kept calling me that, and I was like, fine, whatever. So I was like, that's fine, not really that big a deal. Anyways, so fast forward a few months later, and I go to Combo Breaker, and then at Combo Breaker was my breakout moment with Beerus in my opinion, because at Combo Breaker in the U.S. versus France team battle, I beat Yasha game 1 with a 3v1 Beerus comeback, and then in yeah, I think it was a 3v1. Was it 3v1? 3v1 or 2v1, I don't remember, but I made it. I'm pretty sure it was a 3v1. Beerus comeback against, and then in top 24. I fought Shanks, and I end up making a 3v1 comeback with Beerus again there, and that was in game 3 to make top 8. So that was my big come out moment in my opinion for Beerus, and then fast forward for basically the rest of my career at that point. There's a commentator named Acoustics, who has spent literally every waking moment since to try basically to get every single person to believe that I am a Zamasu main, that Zamasu is the main reason I was winning games, he was my best character, etc, etc, etc. And if you're wondering why is he doing that? Because when the patch came out that gave Zamasu his buffs, Kusik said that Zamasu now is a top tier character with these buffs, and he said that before just about anybody else. So just to basically, he decided that I am the Zamasu player, and for one reason and one reason only, and that's so he can tell everybody that he was right about Zamasu being top tier. It didn't matter what I did with my third character, it didn't matter what I did with Beerus. I was always going to be the Zamasu player, Zamasu was always going to be my best character, blah 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 blah, because Kusix was one of the first people to say that Zamasu was top tier. Like to the point where several people who I fight like in casuals, like when I went to France for UFA, he asked, the many people I fought in casuals were like I want to fight you for your Zamasu, but you're Beerus, man. Like that's the real scary character. I'm like, one person at a time. I'm like swapping the character I'm known for literally one person at a time. Like when I made the 1v3 comeback against Kane at UFA that first year I went, that got me to top 8 winners. I made a 1v3 comeback in that match. Yeah, I make a lot of 1v3 comebacks with Beerus, I notice. And I asked Kusix because he was there, so can I be known as the Beerus player now? He's like, only for today. He's like, he's like, just for today, I'll allow it. Also, Crawfather, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I still really love Gotenks. He's still viable. I know we got nerf thoughts on him. Yes, he is still. Yes, he is still viable. But his infinite pressure string with the EX punches aren't really a thing anymore. So you have to be a bit more. You have to be a bit more clever in a way of putting it with how you run his pressure. But he is still 100. He is 100% still very viable. 100%. He is definitely viable. He's definitely viable. You just can't rely entirely on EX punches now for pressure. That's the story of how Beerus, I attempted to make my mascot, how multiple people have known me for it, and I made all these comebacks with him to the point now where I've got Bongo Beerus, a bunch of Beerus emotes, and I've got Beerus on my freaking hitbox. But people still call me the Zamasu player, and it's all because of Acoustics, who and I quote from him, controls the narrative because I'm the player and he's the commentator. So he knows everything and I don't. Bro had an agenda. Oh, 100%. He had an agenda. He had an agenda that he wanted to buff him, or that he wanted to that could help him since he was one of the first people to say that Zamasu was top tier, and he was going to take down anything I did with my main to ensure that happened. Knowing a team with Gotenks Beerus, yes, is it still good? I really like the team. I find it super fun. Yes, that it is still good. Gotenks is still good. Like I said, you just can't rely entirely on EX punches now for pressure. Lab code is now basically the giant weakness of the team, but it can still work because Gotenks and Beerus build so much bar. So the team is definitely a lot weaker now than when I played it back at CEO and Evo, but the team does still work. It's just that lab code is a little nowadays, which is ironic because basically no character, to where basically almost next to no characters are like that anymore. But she is now, thanks to all the nerfs they've been giving her. Not saying anything about Acoustics. I have said numerous things about Acoustics over the years, both good things and not so good things. It comes with the fact that he's been one of the primary commentators for Dragon Ball FighterZ for literally as long as I have existed in the Dragon Ball Fighter scene. So I have said many good things and many not so good things about him, and more than likely that, and wouldn't surprise me if that continues to be so. Because I'm safe to assume even that he's planning on continuing to commentate games outside of Dragon Ball FighterZ. But yeah, he's been a massive pain in my ass pretty much when it came to Zamasu and Beerus, and he knows it, and he knows it, and I know it. And he also knows that I think that's because I have brought it up to him before. Well, like I said, that's not going to. Nothing like that is going to change. So. A good third character? Not particularly, because of the way the game has been made. Pretty much now, you can put just about any character on that team because both build so much bar. So like I said, if you wanted to stick with lab code, you can. If you want to stick with 21 in general, Majin 21 would work just fine with that team. Probably the best anchor legitimately to that team is probably Krillin. Krillin's probably the best anchor for that team. Android 17 would also be good for that team. But you really can pretty much put just about anybody you would want. You could want pretty much in that, and it would probably work pretty well. Because that's always gonna be my biggest complaint about what they did to Dragon Ball Fighters is the fact that the idea of team building is it used to be a very big focus of Dragon Ball. Now it's still a focus. You still want to build a good cohesive team, but it's a much less strict part now. Since most characters now just work with each other, just because, like I said, they've taken away the identity of point characters, mid characters, anchor characters. Now they're just characters. Oh yeah, and then I forgot what you said earlier. If you mean like during combos, or do you mean like just in general? You mean just in general? Then yeah, just putting a tornado in the way and then throwing out seals will always be a notable strategy for Grimnir. Yeah, I do instant jump seals a lot. Primarily because some of the few things that actually can stop Grimnir are projectiles, especially ultimate ones that'll just go through the tornado. So if I jump in the air and then do seals and they throw out a projectile, I'll typically go over the projectile and be safe setting up seals. So that's why you'll see me do that. You'll see me do that a lot. Basically, I'll go just over the height of whatever character I'm going up against his projectile, and then I'll set up seals. So that way, if they do this into that, and they do an ultimate projectile to try to beat this tornado, then I'll just go right over the projectile and be perfectly fine. Where if I do this and then set up seals, the ultimate projectile will then hit me, and then even though I still have seals up, since it's a hard knockdown, they just go full charge at me. get to do with them. Whatever you want. You can either not use them, just make people afraid to use them. You can dash forward with them. You can dash forward, then up, then forward, then down. You can 5U towards 1 and 2-1-4H to back towards them to get extra distance. So then dash down, then forward, then back, and then forward. Basically, whatever you want, pretty much. Main uses I end up using for them ends up being tiger knee dashes, or if they go near a seal, frame trap dashes. No, this game is very much not similar to Dragon Ball Fighters. So the joke of this game for the longest time, and I know Jita hates it when people call this, so sorry Jita, but people jokingly called this game Anime Street Fighter. But this game is probably one of the easiest games though to pick up. Definitely some mechanics you'll have to learn and get used to, but the game this game's probably one of the easier games to pick up. No, dash speed is the same. Dash speed is the same whether he uses a grounded seal or an air seal. Dash speed is the same. Hang on, I got a few more. Okay, those last couple were just jokes. I just wanted to keep mentioning 6XL. A assist, always A assist. Typically for Go tanks, I always ran B, but if you want to have a neutral assist that's not super dashable, then, or if you just want to have a neutral assist in case Beerus is in and 17 and Go tanks are behind him, I would go C, since C is a beam. So if anything, Go Tank C, Beerus A, 17A might be the way to go, depending on how you feel about CSS.
Here begins Fate's episode. UL versus Grimnir. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Look to set up seals, and then look to play the matchup basically the same way you do with just about every other character against the zoner. by using a lot of spot dodges and a lot of rolls. But the big difference is you don't have to go as far. You just have to get close enough to use your you just have to get close enough to try to pick your spot for a dash.
まだ負けやないもん。草原を吹き当てる風。
Battle 2.
Especially against the likes of Eustace, who's more susceptible to the Tiger Knee dash than the likes of Fairy or Matera are. Yeah, unfortunately, Matera is far from susceptible to that dash anymore. Okay.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Shout out to my DP almost missing there.
Battle 2.
There's things like that on why I say my character's DP sucks. Also, his defense sucks. Olé. Interesting. Yeah, dude, I have like 70% HP and you got no HP. I will literally take like 7 overheads before I even start thinking about blocking high. The last thing I'm gonna do in that situation is block low.
Here begins Fate's episode. Grimnir versus Sandalphon. Believe in victory. Battle 1.
Oh, this guy again.
Engage.
And we still have 15 minutes before we're supposed to have Steam maintenance, so should be fine. Whoever I fight afterwards, probably not as much. God damn it. I thought that was 0. Awkward. Rise on. Olay. That JU hits so freaking high, man. Okay, that stance was 100% an accident on his part. I am quite confident in that. Doesn't kill. I don't know why I did this. Spin!
Battle 1. Engage.
And also just letting you guys know, current plan, if I do end up continuing to, if I do end up playing Fatal Fury after all, if I do let the game and decide to try and compete in it, the current plan is to play the game on at least on not sure how many days I'm planning on doing it, but for sure it's going to be at least on Tuesdays, because Paragon's planning on hosting Fatal Fury tournaments on Tuesday. So I figure Tuesday made the most sense for Fatal Fury in that sense. 'Cause the current plan would be to stream Fatal Fury and Grand Blue. I'm just working on the days for that. So it's like Fatal Fury for sure on Tuesday and Grand Blue for sure on Friday. Then what am I going to do on Wednesday and Saturday? I don't know yet. Double 2 days over both of those days Grand Blue, one of those days Grand Blue, one of those days Fatal Fury. I don't know. TNS. I probably should see what TNS ends up doing. I guess because TNS hosts Grand Blue on Saturday, so anything. Maybe if I'm lucky, they'll do Fatal Fury on Wednesdays, and I can do Paragon TNS for Fatal Fury Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Paragon TNS for Grand Blue Friday, Saturday. I'm probably not going to be that lucky, but it would be very convenient if it was. So I knew fighting games were cheap. If only new games in general were cheap.
Versus
Imagine in general. Freaking Switch 2 games are going to be $80. I just realized he didn't have a counter on himself, did he? I could just supered that. Yeah, I know. This is probably going to be the last match, and that way I don't just have it canceled on me for the next one. And we'll go check out the ranked leaderboard until we get booted off of Steam maintenance. Roger that, Delodius. Roger that. No, I'm not saying I'm going to enter 4 tournaments every week. I'm just saying it would be convenient if that was how that worked. So that way, depending on what tournaments I want to enter during that time, I can. So like it would make choosing what days I'm going to play each game a lot simpler if the tournaments that are run for that game are going to be on those days. Is more so what I meant. Although we could technically enter 4 tournaments every week, although I would be a dead man walking if I did that. But we could. So like I said, if Paragon and TNS ran their tournaments for those 2 games, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, then it would be much more convenient to say, all right, I'm going to stream Fatal Fury these days and Grand Blue these days. So that way, if I want to enter these tournaments on these days, I can, because I'm already streaming them these days. Hey, during proper tournament prep, there's a decent chance I might consider might actually consider it. So. Goodbye. It didn't. The combo works on Vasaraga, but the setup doesn't. I shouldn't have done that because the setup doesn't work on him. The setup doesn't work on him or Ladiva. Okay, not expecting that choice. Like I said, I haven't currently figured out what I'm going to do yet for the 2 games, primarily because I still have to, actually play Fatal Fury. Past just the beta. starting to mash now. Yeah, that ultimate shoulder tackle is not fully invincible, dude. You still take damage. But yeah, so yeah, we'll see. But yeah, so we'll see what TNS announced. Like I said, Paragon has already announced that they're going to be running their Fatal Fury tournaments on Tuesday. So we'll for sure stream Fatal Fury on Tuesdays, and then like I said, we'll figure out. And then Grambley will for sure be Friday, and then like I said, we'll decide on what the other days are once we actually see how much I actually like the game and how much you guys actually like watching the game. Because if you guys hate the game, don't like watching the game, Zane, why the hell are you playing this game? Then if anything, I can practice it off stream and we'll just play Granblue. But we'll worry, like I said, we'll worry about that. We'll worry about that later. Can't really do anything about that now. We have Steam maintenance in 5 minutes, so let's check out what the Grandmaster requirements are for each character, because why not? Don't exactly have enough time for no. Jesus Christ, Spider. 16K. And I still have not run into him a single time in ranked this season. This is kind of my point. Well, there's me. I'm in 4th now. It's Coco. Oh no. That's concerning. Anyways, good run. 13. GTF. 531. Yeah, nobody wants to play this character. Catalina 1106. Charlotta 1503. Yeah, City of the Wolves literally comes out for people who pre-order the game on Monday. So on Tuesday we are streaming Fatal Fury. So look forward to that. Or don't, we'll see. 1465. Percival, did the skin help? No, 786. Checking DMs. God damn it, I knew. Ladiva 11. Matera 25. Don't worry, guys. Matera is totally one of the least played characters in the game, and don't worry, only like two of them are people that played the vanilla version. So there's nothing to complain about with Matera. I'm gonna keep making that joke because that's also the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen someone use to try to defend their character. Luane 1245. You're good, I know. 1299. Zeta. Nope. Nope. Elodia's still number 1. So you're good. 926. Voss. 1534. Narmaya. Kojimitsu. God damn it, Yoza. 1166. Fidgeties. Sora's 13. Zoe 728. Kag 1425. UL 1132. Honore 611. Yep, Honore is still nobody plays the character. Eustace 677. There you go, Jared. Zayox, 818. Vera, 1270. Does not matter. Vera will always be a very, doesn't matter how good the character is. Vera will just always be a played character. What's up, Kazeno? Anila, 857 is number 1 for Anila. Sweet Jesus. 543. Siegfried, 1285. Hey new, it's your favorite player. Grimnir. Man, Aqua is slacking. Not even in the top 3. God damn it, Aqua. And Yobu in the Grandmaster. Near 780. Beals. I can't read any of these names. Freaking hella. And yep, the Kazunkai is on the list right now. God damn it, Coco! I gotta make sure I don't yell. I gotta make sure I don't yell that too loud. My dog, his name is Coco, and she's under my desk. You're a good girl. I didn't mean you. You're a good girl. Kazano, is your name Kazano? Oh yeah, I passed right over it, sorry. My bad, I would just skip right over it, I'm stupid. Near, we already did that. Bales, we did that. Belial, 13. You're welcome. Avatar, 865. Lucilius, 772. 2B, 1283. Fucking bottom one. That's Deadpool too. Vayne, 551. I think Vayne is the lowest one, non-named Grand. I mean, non-named Jita. Beatrix. Oh, that's Gamera. 2370. And have again. Versusia. 2181. Vicola. 589. Sandalphon. 1309. And gone. So Matera is the highest required character for GM by a mile. Wasn't like the next highest character like 1300 or 1400 or something like that, and yet she was like 2300. Like Matera is like the highest required GM by a mile. Don't worry though. Totally one of the least played characters in the game, and even the people playing the character didn't play since vanilla, so they're not character loyalists. So I don't know why people are complaining about her. I'm going to continue to bring that up. I don't care because that is still the stupidest. That's still one of the stupidest things I've ever heard.
神を利用したつもりだろうが、これのターゲットとなるのはお前も同じだろう、ベルゼバン。まずはイレギュラーの排除。得意点の修正はその後だ。 人の肉を借りて出しゃばる神こそイレギュラーが過ぎるのでは。コーチの機能はこの空に不要と言ったな。ならばこの2000年間の傍観の意味は。己の無能をひけらかすな。
Okay, the Matera player is on you. Not the players, just a single player. I'm only going to get the one single player that going after me, and she already hates my guts as is. Who cares?
神の名もなき装具。哀れな装置として消え失せるがいい。
私は子であり善。故に私が権限せしめたこの時空は今や私そのものであると定義できる。ベルサシア、名があるとするならばそれが今の私の名。
この世界はゼロと俺が命名した。お前が世界を名乗るのであれば文字通り無に返してやろう。
Exactly. She who will not be named.
何を考えている。
言ったで真の強者のみが生き残るこのベルサシアとやら破壊の竜の写し闘争の化身
Dragon of Destruction incarnate. Hey, but we're supposed to be getting the next two characters are supposed to be dragons. What the hell?
無二の破壊装置であるベルサシアの力を取り組みよこそが絶対無双の覇王となる。
ベルセバブ、こいつ
Beelzebub.
まさかこれが狙いかよ。
貴様を殺すのはその後だルシファー。その首を洗って待っているがいい。
つくづくくだらん。
He doesn't.
バカと無能で
He could not care. He could not care less.
俺は得意点を殺す。
星の民ベルゼバブ、お前もまたこの世界に混沌をもたらした要因の一つ。ルシファー破壊の妨げとなるのならば優先度を繰り上げよう。お前を先に破壊する。
そう来なくてはな。世は神を打倒し比類なき絶対者時空を滑る至高の王として君臨する。
私を前にして戦意が上がっている。たがが外れているのか。
This is illogical.
恐れを知らぬ者ほど恐怖を追いまく。特別危険因子と認定しベルゼバブを優先して排除する。
Beelzebub and Versusia clash, exceeding the limits of mortal perception or comprehension. With each blow, pangs of raw force batter the sky at point zero, tearing through space-time itself. This is a freaking Dragon Ball match.
ベルゼバブは私が抑えます。その間にあなたたちはルシファーを。この声はおふくろさんの声だ。
Monster?
私の
The fuck?
もうすぐ消えてしまいます。
Monster?
その瞬間こそあなたたちの本当の戦いの始まりです。未来を取り戻す最後の戦い。だからさあ剣を構えなさい。私たちの剣で
未来を取り戻す。
ピーちゃん、ルリアちゃん、二人をお願い。ピーさん。
未来などない。あるとすればそれこそが終末。得意点だ。
The grand finale. Before we go to Standalphon story.
荒れた世界が向かう先に安寧も安定もあるはずがない終わりのないカオス闘争を繰り返し枯れ果てるのみの世界それの何が面白い面白くないの問題じゃない
そうだよ。自分勝手に空に終末をもたらすなんて誰も許さない。
お前はここで倒すその威勢の根拠はベルサシアとやらもどこへやらだ力で劣るお前たちに賞賛はないまったくナンセンスだこの声知ってる貴様は
There he is.
自分だけで戦うことが君らの強さではなかったはずだ俺が君らにこんなことを伝える日が来るとはな
天使が復活したんですね。これも
Booyah.
託された未来の一つってわけだな。
We're calling her Mumster.
因果の果てから全て見ていたよ天使復活にあたっての春巡もだからこそまずは感謝をその苦悩と決意の末で今俺がいるそして俺がここに呼ばれた意味役割を果たすことを約束しようルシファーを倒す
ありがとうサンダルフォン。
この世界を守るために力を貸してほしいああ天使長の力でサポートする団長は攻撃を
わかった行こうグラン。
They basically summoned the great angel to help them fight Lucilius, and then Sandalphon's like, don't worry, I'll act as a backup. Sure. Why not?
お前という存在を消し去り真のゼロへと至ろう空に終末をもたらすなんて僕は認めないぞルシファー
信じてます。ぶっ飛ばし
He doesn't have a tail. Charge! Never mind. Don't charge. That's mean.
君らには俺が皆がついている立ち上がってくれありがとうサンダル絶対に
God, why is his defense so high? Why is his defense so good? What the hell? Good hit, damn it. Thank you. Oh shit. Okay, we're fine. Oh no. We're fine. Gina, get over here! What was she doing? Hey, through my DP. What the hell?
行け。ここだ。邪魔だ。暴走を繰り返すだけの戦法に存在理由があるというのか。この技でテンペストブレード。タイムバースト。
Oh, what the shit, dude.
週末の供物となる力の差を教えてやる。せーの。終わりだ。パラダイスロスト。
I missed the quick time event, I guess.
週末の供物となる力の差を教えてやる。せーの。世界は守るに値すると。
And then Jita magically shows up.
お前の力を使うぞ。ルシフェル。
これまでの全ての戦いを。
Imagine I missed that press.
その先に何があるという。
Got my eyes.
気に食わん。何もかも。そうやって意味す
I'm
る
disappointed we didn't cut his head off.
拒絶していれば真に孤立していくだけです。ルシファー、俺に説教を。うるさいのはその忌々しい羽だけではなかったか。
やっぱり得意点2つってのはきつい。
Hey, Belial, did you just wake up or something?
ベリアル、起き上がれるのなら俺の役に立て。
それにらしくないぜ。因果を超えるなら先に得意点じゃなく神の化身を始末するべきだった。
優先順位を見誤ったと。お前も俺に意見するのか。
And they're still going. Sounds good. Have a good day at work there, Zambi. Appreciate you hanging out as always.
グラ、ジータ。
君はカタリナか。それにダンの皆も。
サンダルフォン。今こうして君を前にするとなんだか不思議な気分になるな。
天使の権限はなったか。しかしということは。
リンが母さんがまだあそこに。
竜の巫女は使命を全うした。天使はこちら
Oh
に
shit, nice.
巫女はあの空間でルシファーらと戦い続ける。
That looks sick.
理想的に落着したのではないか。購買どもにとっては。
なわけあるかよ。おふくろさんに負けてぶっ飛ばされたくせに偉そうにしやがって。
Who's bumbly?
しかしお前たちが乗り込んだパンデモニウムの空間の歪みは消えてしまったようだ。
Yeah, of course. That was awesome.
ルシファーらは敗走したものと同義なのではないか。お互い手が出せなければだな。
みんな無事に戻ってきたしね。ああ、まあリーンちゃんを除いてだけど。
ジータ。東大の天使長として。
Yeah, like I said before, good luck with that, as always.
君らに再び救われた。俺は君らの悲しみがどれほどか完全に理解することはできないが、似たものは知っているつもりだ。それにこれだけははっきりと言える。君らは空にとって正しい行いをしたと。だから胸を張ってこの空の新しい未来を歩んでいこう。空の未来。
あなたたち ちの未来への架け橋になりたい。親としての責任を全うしたい。
僕たちは乗り越えるよ。誰にも負けない。絶対に。
この身に与えられた竜の炎は世界を焼くためではなく、あなたたちの行く先を照らすために。
母さんはいずれにせよこの世界にはとどまれなかった。それに母さんと戦うことにもならなかったし、僕とジータを助けてくれた。だからこれで良かったのかもしれない。
Gran and Jita raise their faces to the sky. Their shoulders tremble so violently, it looks as though they might shatter at a sound, so the crew says nothing and huddles closer, offering warmth and comfort beyond words. And now we see if we can go back online. And we can. Alright, game time. Back to what we are doing. Also real quick. I want to see. Real quick, I want to see. Percy. There it is. EX Percival. Nope, I meant to click that.
Grimnir, Avatar Belial. Grimnir versus Belial.
腕がうずいているんだ。
Here begins Fate's episode. Grimnir versus Vasaraga.
And first match after maintenance is the same person as the last match I played before maintenance.
Believe in victory.
Cheerful.
Battle 1. Engage.
I say that because Vasaraga, which is the exact opposite of cheerful. That was an oops.
Battle 2. Engage.
I am so bad at jumping that grab. Fortunately, never punched. Round. Okay. I tried. Hey, I didn't die. That's shocking. Was very shocking.
Battle 2. Engage.
Got a little sometimes. Gotta go low sometimes. What do you mean I did? What do you mean I didn't reach the? I didn't reach the seal. I believe 3. I'm pretty sure it's 3 hits. Unless he goes for the scythe slam to the ground, in which case you just don't. You just gotta wait till that shit's over.
Here begins Fate's episode.
7. Okay.
Belia versus Grimnir.
God, the April Fool's one.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
If I had to guess, he didn't have a counter then. If he doesn't have a counter when he goes into the stands, then it doesn't take. Then it takes no hits to break through it. You just need to hit him the one time. Or if you hit him when he's in the middle of going for something, so be it if he's going for the giant upward swing, or if he goes for the grab, and you swing at him, you'll just hit him out of it, even if he does have the stock up. So more than likely, it's one of those two things that happened. Anytime. Hey. That delayed DP. Gotta hate it. I got none left. Gotta spend it, cause I need a counter back. Having none kinda sucks. Turns out didn't need it though. I swear I basically almost never get anyone with that mix anymore. Or Dab, I pretty much never freaking had anybody with that shit anymore. Hell. No, that's Beelzebub. Beelzebub's command grab super is his SBA. It's crazy that they gave Beelzebub basically the same thing they gave Ladiva. A super that can completely ignore other projectiles, and a super that's a command grab. Crazy how that works. Avatar don't even got that shit. His super don't go through projectiles. And his SSBA is the grab.
Here begins Fate's episode.
They should give Avatar an SSBA that heals him, or that makes it where his moves heal him rather than deal damage. That would help fix the character. It is. The person who I thought was looking like that they were going to win Slashback this weekend. I think we all wish we could be as good as Salts. I'm carried by Grimnir. That's fine. I'm different. I'm carried by the top tier. Her. That block match. Hey, I haven't said anything bad about myself today, so I'm allowed one. That actually. This is why we all wish we were. This is why we all wish we were as good assaults. That right there is why we all wish we were as good assaults. You have some what now?
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Why do I try it? Why do I even try a 2H with this character?
Battle 2. Engage.
God, that's twice in a row now. I've gotten counter hit on these run up buns. I haven't run a throw, just run up buns. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I tried to guard cancel it. God damn it. What was that, Vishiki? I knew it was coming, and I tried to guard cancel, but I think I pressed too early. Should have just mashed DP since I had 50%. What's up? Not much. Just gaming. How about you? What's up? Yes, I am planning on going to Common Breaker, yes.
Battle 1. Engage.
Against, oh, never mind. I am currently signed up for Dragon Ball Fighters there, but I'm not going to be practicing or really playing the game at all. Probably until I literally have to play pools. Basically, I enter because I might as well enter while I'm there, but that's not going to be my focus in the slightest. Grand Blue and Fatal Fury are probably going to be my focus for that. I very well could. It honestly depends on who goes. Appreciate that, Ishki. Guess I'll be seeing you there. Yeah, pretty much whether or not I can win Combo Breaker will all come down to who's there. And signups for Combo Breaker ends, I think. Actually, no, it's a standard set, not standard, not like. Never mind. I'm not going to know who's going probably until at least another couple weeks. Like if Hikari or Inzem or one of those guys goes, then I'm pretty much guaranteed to be cooked. That's what happened last year at Combo Breaker. Inzem went, so I got cooked because I wasn't playing the game and he was. And despite his repeated attempts at telling people that he's done with fighters, he hates the game, etc., 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 he's still making YouTube content and streaming Twitch and streaming Dragon Ball on Twitch, etc., etc., etc. So I think he's just old. I think he just likes to pretend. No, at the moment I have not gotten the invite to play in the 2SKO beta. Yeah, we're not going to know who's going. And actually, let me check to see if Combo Breaker allows you to see attendees or not. No, Combo Breaker does not allow you to see attendees. So yeah, I've got no way of telling you who or who not is going. Until they eventually allow that to be seen. But since I'm between matches right now, it's time to check my email for the 10th time today. And nothing. True. I think it did end up in the spam folder last time. But I do have something there, and no. That is a nope. KJ Garlic. I'm sure KJ's going. I can ask Lucar if he's going. I'm not sure if he is or not. Inzem, I honestly couldn't even tell you what the hell he's doing anymore. Yes. So I should probably double check with I should probably double check with the boss to make sure I'm all good for them, but I should be good to go to both Combo Breaker and CEO. Yes, Combo Breaker, CEO, Evo.
Here begins Fate's episode. Beelzebub versus Grimnir. Believe in victory.
Like I said, I honestly couldn't tell you what the hell's going on with Inzem. He's constantly telling everyone that he's done with Dragon Ball. He's not competing anymore. He's not playing the game anymore. Blah 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 blah. And I'm pretty sure literally the other day he was streaming the game. So. More than likely, him, KJ, and Hikari are going to be like the last people playing Dragon Ball. But at least KJ and Hikari at least say they're still playing the game. Whatever he wants to do. Doesn't affect me at all, so whatever the hell he wants to do, he can go do it. Do they play other games? I'm pretty sure KJ does not play anything else. Inzem has tried playing other things. I think most recently he started playing Skullgirls. And Hikari had a stint playing Street Fighter a bit, but I don't think that really went anywhere. I mashed DP there. That's annoying. I don't know. I don't know if either of them are competing in anything else. That's just all I know about when it came to when it came to games they tried. Hikari also spent a bit of time playing Granblue. He was a Seox player. But like I said, I don't know. And yeah, KJ basically only plays Dragon Ball. As far as I know, the dude has flown 2 tournaments the day of, and then I think flown back the same night as well. Specifically just to go to a tournament for Dragon Ball, then immediately go home afterwards. And Garlic's busy on Guilty Gear and Street Fighter. He's still doing pretty well for himself in Guilty Gear, and he's been continuing to improve in Street Fighter. Been a little while since I've seen him play though, so I don't really know exactly how it's going. Last I saw him playing either with Frosties, so it's been a few months.
Here begins Fate's episode. Grimnir versus Narmaya. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Oh, I know, I agree, but it's one way to save on costs, since the majority of the time the most expensive part of these trips tend to be the hotels. And by flying there for literally a single day and then leaving that same day, you technically skip out on the hotel cost.
Battle 2. Engage.
Also Midnight, when the hell is Enzem not in that red hoodie? I don't know if I've ever seen him not in that hoodie. Jake used to make that joke for me about looking for the tall guy in either a red or blue shirt.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Now I'm either in a black or blue shirt. But I did accomplish one of my goals, which I jokingly made years ago. That if I was ever to get a sponsor, I must get a sponsor whose colors are either red or blue. And Paragon's colors are black, blue, and white. So. Fair enough.
Here begins Fate's episode. Grimnir versus Belia. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
It was one thing when I was seeing those April Fools ones during April Fools. But now that it's a few weeks later, now whenever I see the April Fools art on the character screens, I'm just like, what? Not at all. I only have one still active, and the majority of them I'm not big fan. Some of them are decent, but yeah. The only one I still have active is Seox's. I like Seox's, but yeah, not the biggest fan of the majority of them.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Smooth.
two, engage.
のごとき猛攻だったぞ。この勢いで貴様がど殺してやる。腕がうずいているんだ。風よ、力となれ。
Begins Fate's episode. Grimnir versus Narmaya.
And we're right back to the same old of time to fight the same couple people over and over again. Fatal Fury, or with any luck, a round of the 2XKO beta cannot come soon enough. Oh, GG's, Rook. Missed the team speak. Papa. Not exactly how I planned that, but it works, I guess. I don't know, that was kind of odd. I just say so myself. Who the whatever. Who the hell TP's there? Plus song, not plus. Me neither. I am perfectly okay with this.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
I have no idea how I got away with that. But we take those. 1, 2, 3. Sword is out. Parry is up. So we'll mix like that. That was a interesting choice. Of course, it's a strike throw. It's a strike throw game. one benefit to playing a character that basically nobody plays is the fact that means now many people go up against them, meaning that typically people are just worrying about strike throw rather than strike jump up and dash down. And even those that do, when people come to my stream after they fight me and they're like, dude, I have fought only a few Grimnirs, I barely fight them, and none play like you. If I were forced to compete in either Smash Bros. Melee or DNF Duel, which would I do? Which would I do? Smash Bros. DNF Duel is a game that is barely at some tournaments now, where Melee pops the hell off. So if I was forced to compete in one and actually like spend time to try to be good at a game, Melee is definitely the better choice. DNF Duel, unfortunately, like I said, is now pushed back to the very back end, pretty much, of the FGC at this point. I see that my voice has the power to put people to sleep. Oh, so that's why nobody watched. So that's why I haven't hit partner yet. My voice puts people to sleep. Let us cuss as we'll rule the day. What's up, Aaron? Fox, no items. Final destination. And no. I bought DNF Duel when the game came out for full price. So it's more so over for me than it is for the people that buy the game for $3. Yeah, I was just joking anyways. Aaron. But yeah, so if I was forced to have to play a competitive Melee, or competitive DNF Duel, competitive Melee, and it's not even close. It's just the much smarter choice, in complete honesty. If I was forced to be a competitive a Dragon Ball player or competitive DNF Duel player, even in today's day and age, I'd still go with Dragon Ball. Just because if you want like a real challenge, which would you rather be, a competitive Melty Blood player or a competitive DNF Duel player? Now that's a better question. Now the inside DB is true. Trust me, I get it. To this day, I'm still trying to find the next game that catches my attention like Dragon Ball FighterZ did. I'm still trying to find it. That is so unfortunate. Then Impact could technically do it. Although I definitely think, at least when it comes from a competitive standpoint, 2XKO was probably going to be the higher likelihood, because more than likely, then Impact is either going to die on arrival, or going to die within the first couple of months. And I say that no thinking personally that Net Impact is actually a fun game. During the bit I've been able to play of it between the Evo exhibition I got to be in, and then the bit I got to play like at Frosty Faustings. I do think the game is fun, but I think the lack of crossplay, the lack of crossplay, the iffiness on the graphics, and the fact that they're charging full price for it is going to make it a rough start. Is what I'm predicting. Even though I do think the game is fun, I do think the game is good, but the PS2 level graphics due to the low budgets, no crossplay, the delay of the game, the fact that the game is coming out less than 3 weeks before Evo, and the fact that they're charging full price for it is going to make it have a very rough start. I don't know if it was ever leaked to be cheaper or not. I think people, I'm not sure if that was a leak or people just saying this game should be a $30 or $40 game, not a full $60 or $70. But I honestly could not tell you. But yeah, like I said, the game comes out 3 weeks before Evo. So it's like on top of everything else, they picked a really bad time to release it. Because anyone that was curious to try it is more than likely not going to play it until at least after Evo, which mean that no one's going to. So if people buy the game, they're still not going to play it until at least a month after getting the game. Then Impact. So those are my main concerns with Net Impacts. Even though I think the game is fun.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Nothing involving any kind of lawsuits or anything. They've said, or as far as I'm aware of them. But Bushiroad when they announced that they were going to be making games, they said we're going to be making a new game every year. We're going to have at least one new game, and those games are going to have, I think, what was a $750,000 budget or something like that. I don't remember how much money the budget was, but they straight up said over the next 10 years we're going to release a game. We're going to release one game every single year, and it's going to have this budget. And then Net Impact just happened to be the first one. And because of the hype surrounding the game, Bushiroad put more money in, which then gave the game rollback, which the game originally was not going to have. And I know it's a horrible idea, Reverend. I think everyone agrees that. I think if the game was coming out for $40 and came out either a few weeks sooner or a few weeks later, like the week after Evo, for instance, I think the game would sell really well. Because people have been begging for a new tag fighter. So I think the game was sold for 40, and then came out like the week after Evo or a few weeks prior, like mid to late June rather than mid July. I think the game would sell decent. Still might be on the high end of something some people might pay for a game with those kinds of graphics. But like I said, people are definitely going crazy. Definitely been begging for a new anime tag fighter. So I think people would suck it up and pay the extra money for it. Yeah, well, DNF Duel, the people who made the game did it to themselves, though. Because the game was hyped. The game was hyped as hell. Many people bought it. It was a incredibly high incredibly high amount of players when it came out, but then they kind of shot themselves in the foot afterwards. Sora is Sandel. What the hell? Okay, hang on. We're gonna look at this together. The Sora's send off the send off on charts. Is he playing Soras? Yes. Go, my child. Win the Soras matchup. Is he dead? No. Is he playing Soras? Is he dead? Yes. Damn, I'm good. Was that the final round? Yes. Did I learn anything? Yes. Really? No. No. Is he playing battle? Is he playing Beatrix? No. No. Is he playing Beatrix? Yes. No soul running allowed in here. Battle. Do I have enough meter? No. Damn, can SSBA? No. 6XL. Did I hit him? Yes. Do I have enough meter? Yes. Paradise Lost! Am I dead yet? No. Yes. Am I dead yet? Yes. Son of a... Was that the final round? Yes. Did I learn anything? No. 6XL. Did I hit him? No. DP. What did he do? Jumped? DP again! What did he do? Block? Paradise Lost! Knocked me down? Is he close? Yes. Paradise Lost! No. Fuck it. Paradise Lost! Backdash. Wind Fireball. Did I hit him? Yes. Wind Fireball again. Did I hit him? No. What do you do? Just stand there, air dash JU, repeat. Knock me down. Paradise Lost! Alright guys, this is funny. Yeah, the issue with release DNF Duel was the game was fun. The game was fun. A lot of people liked it, but the game was a incredibly unbalanced mess. To where like the top tiers were so incredibly top tier, and the bottom tiers were so incredibly bottom tier that everyone basically begged for a patch. And then fast forward like 4 months later, they for the first time they announced something. For the first thing they announced is you're going to get a patch, and then the patch was a sticky notes worth of notes, which was just like three nerfs to Swiftmaster, and then like 2 bug fixes. And then they don't say anything again for literally the rest of the year until the World Finals comes and goes. And then after that, they give people a giant balance patch, and the announcement of a year's worth of DLC. And the problem is they give people the giant patch and the season pass of DLC over a year after the game came out. So we're in an Impact. I think it's dead upon arrival. I think it's probably going to be dead upon arrival just based on going into the release. Where DNF Duel was 1,000% not dead on arrival. DNF Duel was looking to be one of the next big fighting games in the FGC, and then the creators just killed it themselves. If the game was good on release, people or more balanced on release and not as much of a mess, I think people they'd have forgiven. People would have kept playing it and forgiven the lack of communication a little more. But since the game came out with Hitman being so broken, Swiftmaster being so broken, that people just couldn't ignore the whole lack of communication thing. Hell, freaking Grappler was not a good character on release, but had an infinite. Striker, if she had enough mana, she can. If you didn't have 100% or 100 mana to guard cancel her, she will TOD you off of a infinite string into a guard break. It just basically when the game came out, it needed a touch up. It didn't need a ton. The game just needed a touch up, and it needed a few change. It literally just needed a few changes, and that's it. And then they could have gone silent for like 4 or 5 months, and then give people their first balance patch, and people have been okay with it. The issue is the game didn't get a touch up, and when they did give the touch up, it was 5 months later. And the touch up that was 5 minutes later did not touch anything that people actually cared about except for Swiftmaster.
Battle 2. Engage.
And that ended up being, and I think that would end up being the rise and fall of DNF Duel and how quick it was. Like I said, Net Impact, I think much like DNF Duel is a fun game. But unlike DNF Duel, they're kind of unapologetic with how strong their characters are, kind of just because it is in a way kind of like a Marvel vs. Capcom clone. And really a lot of ways. but like I said, I think them charging full price, I think for the graphics of the game, Arcs is not having it in their world tour. And the fact that the game is being released. And the fact that the game is being released less than a month before Evo, like literally 3 weeks before Evo, I think is going to cause some major issues for it.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
But we'll see. But we'll see what happens when the game actually comes out, though.
Battle 2. Engage.
Okay. Let's pretend that's true for a second, okay? Let's pretend that it's true that you think that maybe after a couple of months, then Impact starts picking up speed, right? Because people start actually trying the game. People start figuring, oh, this game's actually fun, and etc. 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 Right? Let's pretend that that's a thing. 2XKO is going to come out as supposedly still coming out this year. So if it does become a late bloomer, it has to happen before 2XKO comes out. Or else it's screwed. True, but it's also a 3v3. And also has much worse graphics. And a much smaller company making it. Especially when esports are involved. I know, Reverend, but you know me. When it comes to your sarcasm, I always end up taking it a step further. Just cause I like taking those and just making talking points out of them, anyways. They said the Empire is going to be a low budget project for. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Sleepy is they said basically from the moment Nen Impact got announced from Bushiroad basically said, we are going to be making a new video game every year for the next 10 years, and they're all going to be low budget games. They just openly said that. And then our first one is going to be a 3v3 fighting game made by Aiding, based on the IP Hunter x Hunter. And yeah, and now it's going to be it's a $60 game, and where if you want, and you have the option to get the game I think it's 2 days early if you spend $15 extra or something like that for the pre-order. So they're not doing what Fatal Fury is doing, which is if you just pre-order the game, you get it early. No, you have to pay extra if you want the game a few days early. Which, like I said, people might consider if it wasn't being released less than 3 weeks before Evo. So it's like at that point, the question is, what's going to be the audience they're targeting? Are they going to be targeting the fighting game audience, a more casual audience? That's now, I guess, the question, because the more competitive fighting game audience is going to be not caring about that at all, since they're going to be practicing for Evo. Yeah, meanwhile, we're getting Fighting Collection 2 ready. Like I said, I don't want to talk bad on Nen Impact, because like I said, I'm still thankful for Arxis for letting me be a part of the ELO exhibition, and the fact that I do legitimately think the game is fun. From the times I played it. It might be different when I actually have my hands on the game, but I do legitimately think the game is fun. I don't lie to you guys. I always try to tell the truth, and that's just what I think is going to happen with the game. Well, we'll see. The game might end up being a giant success just because it's a Hunter game. People might, like I said, be really hungering for a anime tag fighter. So maybe everyone's just going to buy it, and the game's going to do well, and everything I'm saying is completely wrong. That is 100% possible. But I could see that happening. But the biggest surprise for me would be if the game remains relevant once 2XKO comes out. So I think the game has at most a timer until 2XKO comes out. I think that's the literal timer.
Here begins Fate's episode. Festiva versus Grimnir. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
And more than likely, you're right, Aaron. Like I said, it's unfortunate because we literally have been waiting literal years for the next anime tag game to come out, and then Impact was going to be the one that was going to that was going to be it until 2XKO. Hey, I'd be down for that. This is bad. Never mind. Not sure why he spot dodged there. I don't have a DP. Yet. I'm still a few percent away. Not gonna lie, I half expected them to announce a new Blaze Blue game at the ARC finals. Them running tournaments for both Central Fiction and Tag at the event. It was like, hey, you guys remember Blaze Blue? Well, guess what?
Battle 3. Engage.
I honestly think Blaze Blue looks good. I honestly think Blaze Blue looks good as is. I don't think it needs to go the Strive route. A few updates to the graphics from compared to when Tag came out. Keep it the same general style. But I'd honestly be fine with it either. I'm not. I've only messed around a little bit in Central Fiction, so I'm not like fully attached to the art style or to the games or anything like that. I would definitely try it if they did come out with one. Because of what little I played of Central Fiction, it was fun. It was fun. So I'd be curious to give it a try on a new game, but I'm definitely not the person to ask probably for should they change Blaze Blue from this to this, since I'm not really attached to the series. Like I know other people are. That was weird.
Here begins Fate's episode. Grimnir versus Festiva.
We're 85. We're not 85 yet.
One. Engage.
We are definitely hit. Even whether we get into the 2XKO beta or not, we are definitely hitting 10K this week. All right, that is the plan. We're definitely hitting 10K this week.
Battle 2. Engage.
Granted, depending on how long we play tomorrow, we might hit tomorrow. So. I pressed it, no! Did I get ultimate from this? Okay, I know it's the diva, so she's got a ton of HP. So this probably won't kill. I will, though. I think I accidentally double dashed on that low seal. Not sure how I did that. He tried the 2H again.
Believe in victory.
He tried the 2H.
Battle 2. Engage.
Actually, now think about it. Since 2XKO this weekend is going to be a smaller beta. I'm assuming that means no tournaments, right? If there is one, we are definitely watching it this weekend. I can tell you that much. Have a winning matchup against Beatrix, relatively even, I believe. I believe that they're relatively even. Oh, TNS is hosting one this weekend. Cool. I'm definitely watching that then, because I'm gonna go check my email again and be sad once again. Yep, sad once again. Okay, then we're gonna be watching that, and then I'm going to spend the entire time crying about how I didn't get in. just broke a record for oldest player to join a major esports organization at age 46. Oh shit, he joined the Flash Wolves? That's awesome. GamerB at 46 joins the Flash Wolves. God damn. That's sick. That's actually sick. But yeah, so yes, I guess we'll watch that. We'll watch that this weekend, and we'll take notes. Sound good?
Here begins Fate's episode. Grimnir versus Fairy. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Had to wait though. Fair enough. Very annoying.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
I get why they buff Fairy and Matera. Doesn't make me happy about it though. Which is ironic since I'm playing a character that does pretty well into them. Yeah, Matera's got the highest requirement to hit Grandmaster at this point, Aaron, and it's not even close. We legitimately just looked today. She's got the lead by several hundred. Yeah, that'll happen. No. I watched some of Usagi's matches on the high level replay, and then after like the second, then in the middle of the second video, I turned it off. If I'm being perfectly honest. It basically just ended up being and same thing with another Japanese player that I was watching that was in Zenith, where I'm just like, yep, the only thing that's happening right now is they're just getting away with a bunch of things against people who just don't know better. And unfortunately, I'm not going to learn anything from watching people who are only winning against people that don't know better. That ain't going to help.
Here begins Fate's episode. Grimnir versus you.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Of course Untoden would be using that. Sable, thanks for the follow, appreciate it.
Battle 1. Engage.
There's no UL player that I would expect any more from than him. When it comes to using that. And I hate losing to him every time because he just mashes and does the same things over and over again. That just makes me feel like an idiot. Yeah, favorite.
Battle 3. Engage.
Really get heavy up before I got right.
Excellent.
Really? Got fucking punished there?
Victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Fucking hate losing to this guy. just mashes whatever, just mashes random shit over and over and over again. What's up, Rylan? What's up, Plasma? 100% mashed heavy there. 100% did jump light to then mash heavy afterwards. There.
Battle 3. Engage.
Yeah, the fact that he is 2500, the fact that he takes games off me, the fact that he does JL into land mash heavy. The fact that I lose to this guy. Bye-bye. Excuse me? Okay. Excuse me? Great, and I live great, and that's how I lose to this fucking moron. Again, it's not even that he did that, it's that I did the right thing and I lost for it.
Here begins Fate's episode.
That's what gets me more than anything else there. The fact that I lost to him there because he does run up SSBA. I do the right thing and then I died anyways. Then I somehow go from one of the moronic four horsemen to the next moronic from the four horsemen. It was the. I'll be honest. I don't know who the fourth one is. I only know of the three: Graveyard, Untoden, and Dragonheart, because he does shit like that. I don't know who the fourth. Actually, no, I do know who the fourth is. It's Necrotech. Necrotech, Dragonheart, Untoden, and Graveyard. What? All they do is what? All she does is troll. I don't know that. I don't know. They don't fucking come to my stream. Actually, no. Graveyard does. Graveyard's chill. Plays like a complete moron, but he's chill. Never talked to Untoden. Never talked to Dragonheart. And granted, if anyone come to my stream and listen to the things I say about them, I don't blame them for not wanting to talk to me. But the way they play pisses me off. I haven't seen Ice Dragon forever. Also, the dude doesn't troll me, fully enough. That was the most ironic thing of everything is the fact that he trolls everyone but me. What do you miss about Tone? Oh, just me fighting. Just me fighting him. Oh, that ban he got was permanent? Oh, that's funny. Rage quitting. And then he tried to blame it on his younger brother. It's like that CS:GO streamer who blamed her friend. Wait, why are there these things on the screen? Clara, what the hell? Oh, he was. Wait. Who the hell boosts and who the fuck boosts and I. What the fuck boosts in Grand Blue? Who the fuck boosts in Grand Blue? For what? You don't get shit for it. You want the freaking GM banner that badly? Yeah, yeah, I knew it was my stream. and then he blamed it on his younger brother. Okay.
Here begins Fate's episode. Festiva versus Grimnir. Believe in victory. Battle 1.
Still on that interaction, I swear. Him doing run, Antone doing run up SBA, me doing DP and then dying for it. Okay, I didn't die for that specifically, but my DP missed and I got hit. I need to freaking clip that, and then anytime someone tries to tell me Grimnir's defense isn't bad, I need to show them that. Oh, the one you summoned, right? That's fair.
Battle 2. Engage.
I'd be lying if I said I take defeat gracefully at all times. I'd definitely be lying if I said that. I do not like losing. But there are definitely people that take shit way worse than me. I approve of the attempt there, Cheesecake. I do approve of the attempt, but yikes. Oh god, the dude with the... Dude, QB, not him. QB, not that guy, oh my god.
Battle 1. Engage.
I've never run into him since, so I think there's a chance he blocked me. He blocked me after the few times I beat him up. But oh my god, the rant I listened to from that guy was something else. Like it's not like it's the first time I've heard the type of rant it was. It was one of the whole. This game is nothing like vanilla Granblue. This version ruined Granblue, etc., etc., etc. Blah 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 blah. You know, basically the same thing like like Necotech was talking about and things like that. But my favorite part of all of this is the fact that the character he plays is 2B. like to me that'll never not be the funniest part of listening to that rant. Was the fact that I had to listen to him talk about, well, I didn't have to listen to because I technically could have just clicked off the stream, but I decided to listen to his full rant talking about how this game is worse than vanilla Granblue, how people can just mash it and do whatever, the neutral is gone, etc., etc., blah 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 blah, right? But again, he plays 2B. That is the most unvanilla Granblue character in this game. Sure, and we can do it first to 7, and that'll probably be the last thing I do on stream today. I'm pretty sure he blocked me because I never saw him again. Zanga tilted a little bit against one of the few people he hates fighting most. Primarily because the person plays like a dumbass, and yet I still lose to them, and I hate myself for it. Yeah, because I don't hate them for playing like a dumbass. I hate me for losing to them for playing while they play like a dumbass. That's more so. That ends up being more so my issue. So I really delayed that 6XL if I lost the 4M. Oh, what the hell? This is still probably my least favorite mirror match I've ever played. Be it any of the characters I played in this game or any of the characters I played in Dragon Ball. It's just so one-sided no matter what.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Because his offense is so good and his defense is so bad. That's not exactly how I planned that, but it works.
Battle 2.
Probably got a warning for rage quitting. I don't think I've ever rage quit a match on purpose. And when I say on purpose, I mean my internet cutouts or the game just randomly disconnected me.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
I thought he had it.
Battle 2. Engage.
JU kills look so goofy. I think Aaron panicked on the combo there. So I was definitely dead.
Battle 1. Engage.
What? Was he really still stuck in hit stun there? My throw missed. Damn. I'm good. That sucks.
Battle 3. Engage.
That's unfortunate. Fair enough.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
I tried to spot dodge, but I was already stuck in the 6XL. Curious if he's got these or not. That's okay. Good enough.
Battle 2. Engage.
Ah, I quit doing too well on those. I'm going to match. I gotta do 5L. Why?
Battle 3. Engage.
I don't know why I did this. I just wasted a meter for no reason.
Excellent.
Yeah, that was really stupid of me. I did 4L, or I did 5L. I'm not sure why I got 2L there. At least I thought I did. I got it, but then I didn't confirm it.
Battle 2. Engage.
Not dead though.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Okay, seriously, what? I still would love to know at some point if I really am just that predictable or something, because I go for the fuzzy the last, what, 4 times in a row, 5 times in a row, and then the one time I don't is the one time he does, he doesn't guard cancel. I'm just super predictable or something, I don't know. I don't get it.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage. Battle 2. Engage.
Yo, we got the cheesecake. Appreciate the follow. Appreciate the follow, cheesecake. Thought you were already following me, dude. Been holding out on me, I guess. I thought you were. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I never. I thought you were already. Well, you are now. So appreciate the follow.
3. Engage.
Do you have one? Do you have one for Uber cheesecake and one for Noob cheesecake? Ah, that's probably why. Yeah.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage. Excellent.
Incredible Grimnir neutral. Like I said, the Grimnir mirror is just so stupid. Two characters with no defense and stupidly strong offense. Tends to means you get some interesting rounds, of course, but a lot of times ends up being the fairy meme, one-sided dominance. I'm glad you love the Grimnir. That was supposed to be a jumping button. That's a little awkward. I was not in my other seal, apparently. That's awkward. That was... Didn't get my JM, and then I got 214M on the ground instead, and that's freaking the easiest punish of Aaron's probably entire career right there off that one. Glad I have that last round recorded. I know that one was just silly.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
I knew he was gonna do that. How did I not get close normal for that? How did I not get a close normal for that? God damn it.
Battle 2. Engage.
How'd I get hit crouch? How'd I get hit crouching by the air dash? What the hell? That was definitely odd. Figures we would go to a game 13, huh? What? GG's, Aaron. What the fuck was any of that? This mirror still sucks. Yeah, and I will continue to never understand how good you are at predicting when I'm going to bait out the BC. So I think it was like in game 4 or 5 or something like that. You BC'd the last five fuzzies I went for in the corner. So on the 6th one, I went for nothing to bait it out, and you just sat there, and then you threw me. I'm just like, okay, I'm like, there's no way I'm this predictable. How is he this good? Yeah, I've got a habit of going for the overhead a lot, and basically in general, a lot of people will block the high more so than the low, because very rarely do you ever think a Grimnir is ever just going to go for the low when he has the option of going for the fuzzy. So I've been recently trying to get myself to start going low more often than high, just because you get more damage when you go for low anyways. So I'm trying to get myself to go a little more often. Yeah, I know we do, but still, yeah, I managed to get you a couple times by going low, and yeah, you pretty much never. I think I got you with a single throw bait the entire set. and you got me with multiple. Learning to go low on that without accidentally throwing a tornado is pretty useful. 'Cause I'll be honest, half the time it took a while to stop getting an ultimate tornado after going low. Oh yeah, like I said though, you guys got a full 13 games in the first of 7, so I think I'm going to call that here. Question is, who are we raiding? Anyone got someone in mind you guys want me to raid? If not, I'll probably just raid Ariat. The dude's grinding GM in with Vicala, so at least we can do show a bit of support, right? But that is going to be it for me. So I will say thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. You know, Zane leaving. Yeah, it's about that time, Zane. It's about that time, Rice. But we will be back. We will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, as per usual. So can look forward to that as we. I actually don't even know. We're just gonna try and get to 10K pretty much, because. The major grind starts next week, since that'll be when I have to constantly swap back and forth between 2 games to make sure I'm ready to do that combo breaker. But before I go, quick shouts as always though to the awful with the 2 months. I appreciate it. But like I said though, that's gonna be it for me. We'll be back tomorrow. So until then, hope you guys have a good rest of your day, night, wherever you guys, because time zones, as always, are a very weird thing. And until next time, I will be talking to you guys later. Bye guys.